Good day, you good dunce. How are we doing? That's what we need to do. That's the button I need to hit. Alright, there we go. How are yous? We need to finish up our custom stuff-a-majigs. This custom stuff-a-majigs. This stuff right here. Then figure out how to get them accessible in Godot. Because they're currently not. I have no idea. So, it should be a simple enough day. Like, we won't worry about words. Not for right now. Ah, cough. That's good. That's a good drink right there. I will say, if I was rich enough to have someone making my own coffee for me in my house, I think I would have like a coffee overdose. So fast. So fast. The secret word is 6 letters, so you got that correct, but it starts with a B. Starts with a B. How you doing, David? First in YouTube, also probably only in YouTube. Lies, I'm also in the YouTube. See? Yeah. Adding custom node to source. Badass. Well, thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. Unfortunately, that was not the correct guess. So, compiling from source. So I know compiling from source. What up, Omni? It's not Bagels. First, I am first, no one before me. Then redeem it. There's somewhere I'm missing something. This page explains how to write the class reference. You'll learn where to write new descriptions for the classes, methods, and properties for Godot's built-in node types. Okay. The reference for each class is contained in XML, like the one below. Ah. Starts with brief and long descriptions. Baking? I need to bake my own bread again. I need to give that another try. First one came out tasting so good, but it was very dense. So, whenever you link to a member of another class, you need to specify the class. Okay. Edit files for your docs. So is this just for the docs? Here we go. In the C++ file, you do that. Then the new classes need to be registered somehow. So 2 or more files need to be created. These files must be in the top level. Yep, so I've already got the scub, the scub. These files should contain the following: Godot modules, Sumata, So if I go into here, the register scene types, the scene string names, and the property list helpers and the property utils. Okay. Does this reference that anywhere? This doesn't reference that. Good. What are you doing? So I'm adding my own nodes into the Godot engine with some logic in them that is gonna be used across like all of my projects. So, you know, I'll have state machines and behavior trees in basically every project I use. I'll probably set up something for some sort of menu manager, things like that. And then what that will do is it will add an even more complex layer to anyone that tries to just rip my game and recompile it as their own and sell it on other platforms and stuff. Because this kind of base logic that I build stuff on top of will be in my engine only. It won't be in theirs. So they'll go to compile it and be like, what the hell's a state machine? I have no idea what you're talking about. What the hell's a menu manager? I don't know what you're talking about. Stuff like that. And I know what you're thinking. Why not do it through GD extensions? And my answer to that is, shut up. Sammy, how you doing? Congrats on being second. Sammy, if you didn't hear. So the secret word starts with a B and is 6 letters long. $285 stream streak. That's fantastic. That is so many numbers. More clues? I'll give another clue tomorrow if no one gets it. Okay. It's 30th today. Ooh, dang. I'm gonna have to wait a week. 3rd for Dex. Gamer, you are in fact late. Alright, so it's not the scones that we need. It's gonna be this type of stuff. Okay. So under here, we go... Register custom types. Property list helper. Barely. Property utils. And custom string names. Okay. So we take those. Get rid of that now. This is the register custom types. Alright, so we do that. So I need to include my custom scene types. This is pulling in a lot of stuff. I don't think I need any of this stuff. There's a redeem for guessing the secret word. That's correct. That is correct. We did have it where you couldn't just guess the secret word. You had to actually... say it in conversation. But I decided it's probably better if I just make it a redeem. Because this way I don't need to keep track of what people guess. There's just people throw it in there and the system will say if it's right or wrong. Yeah. Makes it a lot easier for me. Actually, we don't need custom. We don't. Not that. Register custom types. That's what we want. Laziness for the win. Automating something extremely simple. So I just need to include the headers for the stuff that I need to have. Let's take these 13. And we go include state machine H. Base state. So if we do that, the resource format loader stuff. This comes from resource format saver text. There's gonna be, where are we? What up, K-Coke? How you doing? Yes, wrong, Sammy. Resource format text. Loader compressed texture 2D. Format saver shader. I don't think I need these, to be honest. Wrong again. Binary bypass beacon browser. I think you've got like one guess left, don't you? Or is that all of them? I think that might be all of them for you, Sammy. You might have wasted them. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure I need these, but we'll go through and remove them as we... Sammy either can't count or haven't heard that the word has 6 letters. What do you mean? Binary bypass beacon and browser. Oh, browser has 7. Yep, I gotcha. Don't worry, Sammy, I did the exact same thing. What do you mean, Orcris? Browser's totally 6 letters. Okay, so my limit is 5. I can count to 5. Once we hit 6, I'm just guessing. Budget. You doing good, K-Cug? Good to hear. What up, facts? Oh, well, I tried. Hey, trying is all you can do. Badass. Well, thank you. I am a badass. So we got to register scene types. Scene string names create. So we do need this. We do need this. We're going to set this up first. Custom string names. That's what we want. Oh yeah, who's playing today? FIFA. Yep, Brazil beat Japan, but not by as much as I thought. Holy damn. Paraguay is beating Germany. Are Paraguay gonna knock out Germany? Is the team that Australia tied with better than Germany? Does that make Australia better than Germany? Pinky. No, I'm better. Well, the fact that the secret word starts with B means you're wrong. Soccer is weird like that. I know. I know. Secret word starts with a B and is 6 letters. I'm now white, which means everything I do is correct. Okay. We can pop this in here too. We can rename this. Thank you, Ms. Thank you for liking my mustache. I like your words. You have good words. Much appreciated. There's a lot of... I mean, I wouldn't say a lot of maintenance. There is some maintenance that goes into it. That button. Huh? Ooh, damn. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Follow you. Fantastic. Get done. Alright, so this is for... These are our scene string names. I'm not seeing anything in here related to scenes, though. They're all related to, like, methods and properties and such. Except for flat button and start and end. Okay. So I guess... I'm going to change this back to custom. And this back to custom. Enfrepend lives. And we have custom env.custom sources. Okay. That should be all we need to add that as its own library. Alright. Alright. Which means... So if I want those... Because all of this stuff is common to it. I don't think I need them, do I? We do the same thing. Init node HRCR. What is this? Safe ref counts. Okay. So that means I am going to need to have node as well. So let's include scene main node. Then we can take those. I need OS as well. OS will be core OS. There we are. Lovely. If GD class enabled, GD class enabled, GD class enabled. Add resource loader formats. Why do I need those? I don't actually think I need any of that. I don't think I need like these loaders there. So I'm not going to worry about those for now. I'm actually just going to do these ones. I think those are the only ones we need. Now I can start doing GD register class. I wonder if I do it as a virtual class. Yeah. In recent Stop Killing Games news, Minecraft private servers are illegal according to the ESA. What's the ESA? Entertainment Software Association. So yeah, it makes sense that they would say that. However, we need to remember that the people that run ESA are some of the stupidest dumbasses alive. And they all need to be put out of a job. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've never seen such a large group of large companies just try to piss off everyone that buys their products. I've never seen it. Especially in this day and age when people are so quick to refuse to buy products from companies for doing like the smallest thing they disagree with. And now all these AAA companies are like, No. No, you're not allowed to own your games. No. It's going to get to a point where everyone that buys AAA games is going to be like, you know what? Screw you, we're just not going to buy your games. And then all those companies are going to disappear. Do you listen to podcasts? There's one that exposes shady companies like that. I don't really listen to podcasts, no. No. I probably should, like... I've listened to a couple of podcasts in the past, but... Nothing recently. Do I want to register it as a virtual class? So that way I have to actually override the stuff. You should start a podcast? Nah, I don't have anything worthwhile to talk about. That's why I have the mustache. So that when people come into the stream, they have something worthwhile to look at, while I'm doing stuff that's not worthwhile to look at. Okay, so if we do that... I don't need any of this stuff. I don't care about internationalization because it's just for me. Yeah, cool. Just record your streaming sesh. The mustache is only a small part of what makes you the best head on Twitch. I mean, the other stuff that makes me the best head on Twitch, we can't talk about on Twitch. Oh, that's so funny. Or just walk on it, walking in on here, blah, 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 blah. What did I just walk in on hearing? I don't know. No, you'd have to tell me that. Best head on Twitch? Yeah. That's me. A property list helper. Other things you can't talk about that makes the best head on Twitch. True. Yeah. Oh. Freaking hell. Don't know what happened there. That stretch came out of nowhere. My god, it was nice though. Something just so relaxing. Property info. Hash map. Allow oob. Okay, so we're going to need this over here. Clear base helper, register base helper, property list. So can I basically just copy this entire thing? I think it is. We got 47. 49. Okay. So yeah, I can just copy that over completely. Then the property list helper. This is where we're going to have a bunch of our own. Actually, will we? I don't think we will. I think we can just copy this as well. "15 stream streak. Another dev fallen C++. You know it. You know it. There we go. Ow. Alright, cool. So we don't need to worry about that stuff anymore. All the property list helper stuff is done. Now, these utils here, did they do anything? Scene resources, packed scene. And main node. So I could just import this one. Probably. So I'm assuming it's up here that they're referenced. Register scene types H. Register scene types H. If I do that, so where does this stuff get called? I don't know. Let's see. Alright. Let's see if they're in here. They are not. It's only got my GD scripts declaration. Why not? It's going to be something to do with scones, isn't it? There'll be something in here. Maybe. Screw builders. High project. I wonder if I move these. So if I get rid of... If I get rid of that, if I move this to be scene custom, so that hits those. If we have a look at this one, yeah. So it's a local path. So that'll still be correct. This, I'm just gonna have it add to scenes. Now this might require me to build the entire thing again. Like, not just my custom stuff. Because, obviously, we're adding stuff to scene sources. Alright. Get ready for things to become a little bit jolty. Oh, hang on. Missing... sconscripts file. Because I think it's because we need scones compile DB. Godot constructs 1241. Right. Right. What's usual when all raids went back? I think browser bugs out now with counting me viewing lately also. There's also another issue with Twitch where they don't seem to be giving anyone the ability to snooze ads. I have not been able to snooze an ad in like 3 weeks now. It's ridiculous. Linux BSD. I can snooze them when they pop up. It always tells me that there's 0 snoozes left. I mean, it shows 3 of 3. Well, that's an even worse bug for Twitch, I think. Like, let's not show the streamer that they have these things available. Okay, so now what we need to do is in here, we need to also have include custom state machine and base state. And then all the way at the bottom of this list up here, we go register class, state machine, register class, base state. So there's this add compatibility class. Okay, so that's for like fallback stuff. That's for things that have been renamed and whatnot. What up, Golden? We're trying to change the custom build. I'm not changing anything. I'm adding nodes that are common across all the games that I make. Like, I'm adding my base state machine logic. I'm adding my base behavior tree logic, menu manager logic, all this type of stuff. The reason why, like, I could just do that as like a GD script plugin thingamajig. But I saw the Godot con video about securing your stuff and like making it more difficult for someone to just be able to like rip your game, recompile it under a different name, and then put it up on stores. One of the things they went through was renaming Node and stuff like that to something else, so that when they go to recompile it, all of your GD script is referencing something other than Node and Node 3D and Rigid Body 3D and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, well, that's just that's simple for them, just identifying what it needs to be changed back to, and then changing Schmagandada to Node. Yeah. and then their GD script will compile. So I thought, why not take it a step further? Add some logic into my version of Godot that my game gets built on top of. So then if they rip my game, sure, they'll get all my GD script and stuff, but they won't be able to compile it because none of the base stuff that it's built on top of exists in their Godot engine. It's only in mine. Obviously, that doesn't stop people from being able to do that. Like, they can still use things like Godot and stuff to, like, decompile and reverse engineer stuff and whatnot. But the people that you're trying to stop are not the people that are going to go to that extent. Yeah. Does any of that stop people from just re-uploading your game? Yes. Because if they upload my game with the same name and the exact same build and stuff like that, it's very easy for me to be like, that's my game. Very much my game. Did you hear about GD Studio? I saw a video. Use that name, and I haven't looked into it. I have not. What is GD Studio? Custom version of Godot that attempts to improve the editor. And damn does it succeed. This isn't really a traditional fork. Okay, so let's buy games from scratch. Godot editor with room for your engine. Right, so it's just like a custom editor. Yeah. It's a custom front end for it. I mean, honestly, like 3 to 4 seconds. Like 4 seconds difference. I'm not someone that's like, oh my god, this is taking a second longer than I want it to. I don't really, yeah. I don't worry about that type of stuff. The main thing is dragging tabs around in the editor. I mean, I've got my editor layout pretty much set. Like, the only thing I change is I move the file system to the bottom. And that's it. Have you released on Steam before? I do have Bobble Shop Sim that's going to release in July 24th, my time, probably July 26th, or 23rd for people in the US. There's some small things that I have to do to it still, but it's all like artwork stuff. So I'm doing that offline. But yeah. So I don't need to worry about the adding of compatibility classes. I don't think I need to do anything else. I think it's literally just this. Yep, cool. This might take a bit longer. Were you in Next Fest? Back in February I was. Oh, hello. Of course, yep. Back in back in February I was. Because I actually wanted to release this game back in... back in May. But... yeah, didn't get to it. I missed the mark slightly. So yeah, didn't build it. All right. How many wish lists are you releasing with? No idea. No idea. I don't care about the sales or the wish lists of my current Bobble Shop Simulator. I'm not releasing that game for the money. Like, if it makes money, cool. If it doesn't, yeah. I've done it so that I have experience of the entire release process on Steam, as well as building a game from start to finish. And I can now take all of my learnings from that and apply it to every game I make moving forward. And now I'm going to start marketing my games and whatnot. So that's one reason why I'm going to be changing up my streaming times, so that I have more time to make some YouTube videos and shorts and stuff about the new game that we're working on. So yeah. And now, like, I've already got a plan for what I want in my demo for release. I've got a plan for, let's see, I don't have it all documented in here, but I do have plans for it. I've got some motion capture stuff I'm going to do. So I've got some Slime VR stuff. So I can record my animations using the Slime VR trackers, pull them into Godot, and clean those animations up, and use them for my characters and whatnot. Is this Omaki or Arch? It's just Arch. Just Arch. And then, yeah, I've got, like, everything documented. What settings I want, the story, what I'm doing for testing purposes and stuff like that. You can snooze them. I can snooze them now. See, it just tells me I have no snoozes. Yeah. Anyway, we do have ads coming in, so I'm going to BRB, going to get myself another coffee. I'm going to give you some weirds, some good old weirds, Tiger, or El Tigre. Anyway, I will be back momentarily with coffee. Enjoy your ad break, you get dunce. Alright, I'm back. With coffee, too. What do we got? The hell's the big word? Ruble. Borle. No idea what the big word was, but good work on getting it finished, y'all. Well done, Sammy and Orcus. We will come back to that on the next ad break. Yeah. Alright. I'm wondering what type of logic you're going to implement in your build, but you probably shouldn't explain it all on stream. It's just going to be base logic that I build everything else on top of. So, the ones that I think of immediately are like state machine, behavior tree, and menu manager. That type of stuff. Need to add CPP file if it has state machine implementation. Yeah, I know. The problem is that I'm missing it somewhere. Because we've got that. We've got the scub, and we've got the scub. We've got the register scene types, which has state machine.h and base state, and it's also got state machine being registered there, GD register class. Where else? In here. This is what we're missing. The sub. Yeah, I was missing the scones sub file. There we go. Oh, apparently not. Okay, so now that is added in. Class DB create a base state bool. I think that's because I don't have those. I should probably make these virtual as well. Because I don't have a default implementation for them. Huh. Now it's state machine that's got an issue. No, it's still with base state. Oh, I know what it is. That's what it is. the base state wasn't being done before state machine, I think. Maybe. Apparently not. Undefined reference to base state, base state. Okay. Because this also doesn't have a constructor. So I should probably... Let's see. Undefined reference to vtable for base state. Because there's nothing that needs to be done for it. I instead have a look at like Node 3D. I guess I should probably add this stuff. Alright. Disable client physics interpolation. Which I don't need to worry about because this isn't going to have a physics interpolation thingamajig. Get tree. That's node H. So that's in node header. I assume it's because I'm missing stuff from in here. We'll take those. Pop them in here. Ancestral class would just be node. Data top level. Inside world. Ignore notification. Local transform. Notify transform. Visible. Scale. Yep, data is a private member. That is correct. Probably needs X form change. But now I need to figure out where that's coming from. It's coming from up here. A mutable self list. Under private. What about this data? Right. So I essentially need all of this. Because that's the only stuff I can think of that's missing. I don't think I do need it. But this get tree. Member access into incomplete type scene tree. It's definitely not that. What would the fix be? Because this is from node H. You see how it's got data tree. Turn data tree. Nothing in here has tree. There's parent. Scene tree interpolation. I wonder if node has a data. BRB, mute him because I'm trying to find some sound effects. Go for it. Destructor should also be virtual if you have virtual methods. Ah, yep. Virtual destructor. That's for the 3D gizmo. Node 3D. Nah. This has virtual methods. Makes me wonder if this has a data. This does have a struct data, but that has tree. Define ancestry. I don't get it. What's its issue? What's its problem? See if we can figure out this error. Warning, relocation against base state in read-only section. Undefined reference to vtable for base states. That's for the constructor, the destructor, and the destructor. So interesting. Is a node, GD class node. Variant in numcast. Okay, so that's just doing, yep. Alright. Let me have a look at this. Find their constructor. I wonder if it's this stuff. Internal mem new. Mem delete. Maybe we need those. Maybe we need to bind methods. I mean, that's probably something we do need, but I don't think it's a fix for the issue that we've got. We have a look at Node 3D. This does have a bind methods as well. I wonder if that is the issue, because that would explain the V table. Error. Static void bind methods. That needs to be under protected. All right. No, hang on. Let's find it in here again. Okay. Node 3D set transform. So that's the function that's getting called. Okay. That's a set and a get. Where do these come from? Class DBH. Okay. If I take that, pop it up here. So the method, we have init state and cleanup. We reference base state, init state, and this would be base state cleanup. Then we need to do that for... we don't need to do it for process physics pros. Actually, I do need to do it for those because those are the ones that get called by the parent, like the owning object, the object that has the state machine. That's what we have. Process. physics process and unhandled input. I think I need to specify the parameters too. And unhandled input. You're late, Mike. Absolutely late. How you doing? There are no 3D, blah, 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 blah. Come on, Paraguay. It's 1-1, and there's like a few seconds left. Alright, so we got global rotate, axis, and angle. So set transform, local, set position, position. Set rotation, Euler radians. Set rotation degrees, Euler degrees. Set rotation order, order. I'm assuming... Yeah. I'm assuming in here would just be like delta, delta, input event. I feel that's what it's going to be. Set rotation degrees, P Euler degrees. Set scale, P scale. We have a look at set scale in here. Set scale, scale. So yeah, that's probably what we need. Alright. We can take these 8. Pop them here. Gonna take those. Pop them there. And we can start removing these things. And replace them with the actual things that we need. Being setup and switch state. State machine. State machine setup and state machine switch state. LSP timeout. Because it's protected. I wonder... It's probably not going to fix it, but... Who knows? Who knows? That hasn't fixed it. Let's go on Kapoopy again. Undefined reference state machine bind methods. What do you mean? Got static void bind methods there. We got the damn copy paste. But then it also has the error for base state as well. I wonder if vtable is the virtual table. I wonder if it's actually... I think I know what the issue is. How? How do we set up the virtual? It is. I have returned! Nice. How'd you go with the sound effects? Did you get all the fantastic sounds that you wanted? Let's see, protected virtuals and public virtuals, reparent, so is it because there's no specified? I just realized I haven't watched the latest episode of From yet. I should probably do that this afternoon. Out of line definition. Const ref. I thought the one that existed was an underscore. Alright, guess we'll do it that way then. We shall do it thusly. We shall do it thusly. Another possibility, you marked methods virtual, but never implemented them. I got the handful I needed for my cozy shop game. Pixabay is great. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Not worth it. Watch it when Season 5 comes out. It was 24-hour stream anniversary. So it was supposed to be Sunday, but I wasn't able to sleep and was a bit unwell, so I figured that's probably not the best time to do a 24-hour stream. So it's now going to be this Sunday, which is also apparently July 4th weekend. So that'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting. Let's see what happens. Oh, Christ. Okay. Let's see if that has our nodes. There it is. There's our state machine. And there's our base state. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. The day before I restart my studies for the term. Nice! We can make you extremely tired for that by having you up for 24 hours. So now that we've got that... doc classes. So this is the type of stuff that we need. So we need to have this kind of thing for our thing. I don't want one as large as Node 3D though. So if we can find something small, like audio stream player. Australia said can't handle a stream that long again. Better upgrade the gear. Oh my, speaking of upgrading the gear, my ISP is fucking insane. Or not my ISP. The NBN. The NBN is bloody insane. So I got a notification last night of upcoming maintenance. Upcoming maintenance. So they heard about the stream, surely. A week is mad. It is. It is. So I'll read the whole thing to you. Because I'm currently on a hybrid fiber coaxial connection, which means part of my line is fiber, part of it is the copper coaxial thing. Why can't I? All notifications. Let me see the full notification, you pricks. Where is it? God, where is it? Why don't they let me see it? It's like, here's the time frame. Well, it's not... For some reason, they're not letting me see the full thing anymore. But it was basically... They're doing upgrades to increase performance, or to improve the performance of the connection. So, I know that there's fiber in the building. Like, I've got the fiber cable in my wall and all that stuff. So that obviously runs out to the street to some point. Okay? They are doing work from Thursday, the 16th of July at 7 a.m. until Wednesday, the 22nd of July at 7 p.m. It's an entire week that they're doing work. So, I have no idea when my connection's going to go down or when it's going to come back within that week. It could happen multiple times. It could go down it could go down for 2 days and then come back and then start going down every 3 hours while they tweak things and get final things and do tests and stuff like that. I don't know. So, what we will be doing during that time. Thank you very much, Rob. You fantastic Godot, you. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Much appreciated. No, you're the Godot. You know it. You know it. I may be the Godot, but you are also a Godot. Don't you forget that. You can Godot on the This one got away from you? Yep. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine if it got away from you. That's alright. So yeah, what we'll do for that week, I will, my plan is to still stream. I'm still gonna stream. But once the internet drops the first time during that week, I'll just have to take the rest of that week off until they're finished with the connections, until they're finished with the tweaks and such, so that I'm not like streaming and then the internet drops, and then 5 minutes later streaming and then the internet drops and stuff like that, because that's gonna break everyone's stream streaks. So yeah, we'll just avoid that as much as possible. So I'll stream for as long as I can until their works cause my internet to drop, and then we'll just call it from there. I love the NeoVim superiority. I mean, I'm very average when it comes to NeoVim. As you can see, I'm still using the mouse a little bit, but I'm trying to get to the point where I don't use it. Nano and Featherpad, my beloved. Noob. A whole week is crazy. It's freaking ridiculous. A whole freaking week. Oh no, hang on. Hang on, so... I'm just watching the Germany-Paraguay game as well. Try for so it. Germany thought they got a goal. But nope. How will you play Deadlock? I won't. I won't play it for a week. I'm just gonna have to work on this game and do any tweaks to Bobble Shop Sim and stuff like that, and yeah, just see what happens. Hope and pray. That's all that can be done. So if I add a state machine XML, I yank that. And we go all the way down to our state machine XML. I probably should have opened the state machine XML first. Could have just searched for it too and already have it open, but you live and learn, you know? You live and learn. Name. State machine. So many XML files. I know, right? No. A node for basic state machine functionality. State machine node. Provides basic state machine logic. It is designed to be extended to suit any use case of a state machine. So use this node member tree. I used to work in software. but now I work in mechanical engineering. I miss Vim motions. You should get back into it. Next thing you're going to tell me that you don't have time. And to that, I would say, probably. That's probably true. It's a weird story. My entire background is mech, and the job I applied for hired me in software. I worked there for 5 years because I enjoyed it, but then asked to actually work mechanical engineering, like I applied for in the first place. I actually had to force them because I'd actually forced them at the time because 1, I love it. 2, I got 3 kids under 5. Yep. That's kind of like what happened with my cybersecurity side of things. I was doing web dev, and then the pandemic hit, and I had already been doing a bunch of like basic cybersecurity stuff and dealing with like external cybersecurity teams and whatnot for the company that I was doing software development for. And I've gotten a few different cybersecurity certs and whatnot. So when the pandemic hit and that company basically didn't have any work because it was all sports based, I got a job in cybersecurity, like a basic, like base level job sort of thing. But instead of putting me on something cybersecurity related, they put me on something that was more DevOps related. So the entire thing was basically me configuring Helm files for Kubernetes and stuff like that for the deployment and setup of console and Vault, like HashiCorp console and HashiCorp Vault stuff for secrets management and stuff like that. And after 10 months of that, I was like, well, they told me that it would be like a few months in that role until they had like a actual cybersecurity project for me to work on. And then after 9 months, I was like, hey, when am I getting off this project? And they're like, oh yeah, no, like we're about to get something set up and whatnot that we can move you on to. And at the 10-month mark, I was like, nope, I've been offered a job doing web dev contracting for so much more money than you're paying me here, and I'm gonna go do that instead. And then they were immediately the next day, they were like, hey, we can get you off this project and put you on this cybersecurity project. And I was like, no. You've had fucking 9 months to do that. Now you're doing it the second I'm like, no, I'm leaving because you're not putting me on anything like that. All of a sudden, it's available. How about you go fuck yourself? It's a balance of incentive. You need the money, but they need you. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, bye. Imagine you get to keep the employee if you give them what they ask for. I know, right? Like, seriously. But yeah. I wouldn't have stayed even if they were like, we will match what they're going to pay you as a web dev contractor. I still wouldn't have stayed because it's like, well, no. You're gonna keep me here until you can find someone to replace me because you no longer view me as an employee that will stay at the company. You're viewing me as a risk that will leave at any moment. So I'm not going to stick around and let you kick me out in 3 months' time when you find a replacement for me.
What is your favorite Vim motion? I don't know them well enough. I don't know them well enough to have an answer to that. That's the nail on the head. Viewing me as a risk. Yeah. It's... You never stick around. Never stick around after you've retired. Oh, after you've resigned from a job. If they offer you something, you just go, nah. You're gonna get rid of me. That was actually why I didn't renew my contract either. I don't have a Discord, Rob. I don't have a Discord. I do have a Stoat. And Stoat is basically Discord without all of the ads and ID stealing software. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like, the reason why I stopped my web dev contract role and started streaming was because they had a new CTO come in and they wanted to start replacing all of the contractors with full-time employees, and they didn't want to make me full-time because I was going to cost too much for full-time work. So yeah, they didn't want to make me full-time for that reason. And then they offered me to extend the contract for another 6 months. And I was like, no. No. You won't make me full-time for less than what you pay me as a contractor, but you're willing to renew my contract for 6 months. That tells me that you're just wanting to keep me around until you can find my replacement. That will be a full-time employee. And that could be, being a contractor, you can get rid of me at any time. So you could find someone in a month, you could find them in 3 months. You might need to extend my contract by another 6 months because you haven't found anyone yet. Who knows? It's better for me to just leave now. So I did. Like, I don't care what the company says, I'm looking out for myself first. Alright? Especially when you look around these days. You look around these days and companies expect you to put the company first. But the first chance the company gets, they will sack thousands of people to save money. And it's like, oh, you want to sack thousands of people to save money even though you made like $14 billion last year. That makes sense. Yep. How about this? I'm going to quit whenever it makes sense for me, and the company can go to hell. Still boggles my mind that companies don't understand. If you treat the customer and employees better than the money, you get more money and quality. Yeah, the only company I know of that actually understands that is Steam. Like every other company, like even Epic Games. Epic Games is the stupidest company in the world, I reckon. Because they're constantly complaining about Steam being better than them. And then it's like they're a part of these software lobby groups that are trying to make it so that you don't own games anymore. It's like, geez, I wonder why people don't like Epic. I wonder why people keep going to Steam. Southwest Airlines used to know this too, back in like 2009. That's where we got the whole bags fly free. I'd take a discounted Steam license over a free Epic Games license any day. Yeah. He complained about Steam having the AI tag, then announces UE6 with major AI implementation. I know, right? I know. Steam is doing like a shit ton of work to make sure that games work on Linux. And Epic Games is just struggling to even get their editor for Unreal Engine to work on Linux. What up, Miyazaki? How you doing? The complaint came from the required disclosure because they know people dislike any material made with AI stuff. It's true. 'Tis true. This here, return type will be void, because it's going to be switch state. The description is going to be changes the current state of the state machine to the state specified. To changes the current state of the state machine to the provided state. I think that's all I need for this one. I don't think we need anything else. Get rid of all those. Members. Gonna have current state. Type is base state. There is no setter or getter for it. Got some beta keys to Soulframe. Anyone interested in one? What is Soulframe? Not sure what to do with the extras, but I've been enjoying the 3 hours I spent on it today. What is Soulframe? Coming soon from the creators of Warframe. Emerges a new fantasy action RPG, forge your legend with blade, bow, and magic as you lead the charge against a world-devouring corruption. By the creators of Warframe. Interesting. I'm going to say that I won't take a key myself, purely because I have no idea if this in beta will even work on Linux. So I'm gonna wait until I know that it works on Linux before I take a key from anything. Because otherwise it could just be a waste of a key. Which is also interesting to me because people very commonly talk about their dislike of it. Yet every business under the sun is like, you guys ordered swap for dinner, right? Yeah. There's a mix of investors thinking there is more money in there. This was somewhat similar not long ago, where even average game project got funding. If you just mentioned Web3 or crypto technology, AI broism seems to have spread even wider with even more investment. I think the CEOs and even higher ups are hoping that consumers eventually will accept the swap. That's the thing, though. It's not even accepting. It's not even being accepting of the swap. It's now AI companies are starting to charge for the AI, for the services. And companies are realizing just how expensive it's going to be to use these tools. And they're like, well, when it was free, it made sense because at least we were saving some money. But now, with how much it's going to cost us to actually use it, it doesn't make sense. Because there's a lot of companies like that have started to just be like, nah, we can't do this anymore. I dropped Soulframe whilst they removed the stat numbers. AMD replaced it with prisms for presets. They rolled back that awful change at least. Still haven't gotten back into it, but it was enjoyable. Fantasy RPG part is slapping according to me, but character movement a bit janky. Works on Linux. For me, runs fine at least. Works extra good if you use Proton or Wine proper to enable DX12. Smart. Because, yeah, like, I can always go to, like, Proton DB and go Soulframe. Because this is where I'll always check games. Holy damn! Look at that. Platinum support. Adds the launcher as a non-Steam game. Works great. Added the Soulframe MSI to Steam as non-Steam game. Install, run. No tinkering needed. Oh, Jesus. See, I'd probably need to do something like this. Maybe. That's very nice. That is sweet. I'm like, yeah, it looks very good. Ow. Owies. Oh my god, that would be amazing. We don't know if you have plenty of extra keys to give away. I have 4 extras. I've been tried giving to co-workers, but they all said the heat wave is making it impossible for them to play games. Oh no. Their CPUs are literally melting. Thoughts on the Steam Machine pricing? It's what I expected. Yep. I completely expected it to be around $1,000 for the base version. I don't know how much I'll play. Save it for your friends or streamers. Yeah, like that's the other thing. I don't know how much time I'd have to play because I got this game to make. You know. Thanks for the offer though. But that's USD. So in AUD it costs around 1.415. Yeah. Like that's what I mean when I say like that's what I expected in USD. Like, because if you have a look at other pre-build systems, there are other pre-build systems of roughly the same specs, cost about the same amount. Like they're pretty much on par. So yeah. I don't feel I don't feel that comparing a custom build where you pick all the parts individually and you put it together yourself, I don't view that as a fair comparison. Because yet, like, it is good to show that that you can get something with better performance for less price. But I don't like the comparison of a pre-build to a custom build. The custom build's always going to be cheaper. Even if you look at PCs, like pre-built PCs, not Steam decks or like Steam machines or anything like that. It's always going to be cheaper. But I think a fair comparison is, can you get a pre-build of the same specs for cheaper from somewhere else? If you can't, then I don't see a problem with the pricing. Yeah, and comparing it to a PlayStation 5, it's like, yeah, sure, like a PlayStation 5 is a gaming console. The Steam machine is designed to allow you to play games, but it's also got functionality to do more than that as well. So alright, so what do we do here? Member current state. Current state being the current state being processed for the state machine. And then this one here is going to be state map. It's going to be a hash map. No getter or setter. State map is constructed. I should do setup. Is constructed when method setup is called. Mapping each child base state to their relative state. Wonder if a game gets Steam Deck verified, does it automatically also get Steam Machine verified? Yes, I believe so. The IBM Cell architecture is a lost technology at this point, but it was crazy powerful. Too bad Sony was bad at providing support for studios to learn programming for it. I would say any hardware that requires a different programming like a different programming language or a different way of programming, is always going to lose out to hardware that just uses any traditional programming language or any regular programming language. Like if IBM had released a programming language to making games easier, and that'd be very different. But releasing a cell architecture that also has a unique programming language or a unique way to program for it kind of kills it off. Slaps roof. It only takes 12 PS2s to run this bad boy. Let's get rid of these. Method setup. Never forgiving Merca, etc. for not letting PS2 skirt luxury tax with Linux. Nice. Paraguay blocked the first penalty shot from the shootout. Whoa. Are Paraguay going to be able to beat Germany through penalty shootout? I understand. We could have had so much more powerful process architectures at this point had it become popular. But given that Sony basically threw all devs into the deep end, the popularity of the architecture really got shat on. See, that's the thing. If it would be that much more powerful of a processor architecture, IBM should have kept developing it and creating libraries and stuff for like C, C++, C#, all that kind of stuff to be able to program in traditional languages for it. So that way it's easier. The barrier of entry is easier. And if they had have done that, it would have if they had have done that, and that architecture is so much more powerful, they could have then patented the architecture and licensed it out to AMD, Nvidia, and everyone, and been like, yep, cool. Let's make all of the money now. Have you dived into the summer sale and acquired anything? I am looking at getting Borderlands 3 and 4. Did you comment on the SKG decision, especially after the closed-door meeting between the council and Ubisoft? What SKG? Oh, the Stop Killing Games decision. I don't... Like, what was the decision? I haven't heard anything about the decision. So there is... Where are we? Jesus Christ. Where are we? Damn, Cyberpunk 2077's down to $23. Holy shit. Where was it? So Borderlands 4. This thing, I'm thinking about getting this with Borderlands 3. Just because getting both of them is a bit under $55 AU. So let's see, what do we have in here? This decision is not unexpected, but we were prepared. Hence, we're pushing forward with Europalian amending Stop Killing Games to the Digital Fairness Act. We can move on without the Commission and their non-decision, as a Cursed Farms mentioned before. Today, the EU Commission replied to the European Citizens Initiative, Stop Destroying Video Games. New legislation will not be proposed, but exchanges will be initiated with consumers and industry to improve the management. Important context. Just before the hearing, video game lobby, including Ubisoft, organised a private meeting with non-European Commission without the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'm seeing a lot of issues with politicians and governments around the world at the moment that is prioritizing large corporations over civilians. And I don't think they realize just how much their citizens outweigh the corporations. So I think it's if governments keep doing what they're doing over the next 5 years and they don't start to correct and put their citizens first, I can see a lot of groups popping up trying to remove people from power. I can see that happening. And they would have no one to blame but themselves. Because it's not like people are being quiet about it. It's not like people aren't telling these politicians that they don't want the shit that they're doing. They're being very vocal about it. People just, the politicians just aren't listening. You trying to incite a rebellion? I'm not trying to incite a rebellion. The governments are doing that perfectly fine on their own. I'm just saying that that's the direction I can see many countries heading if governments don't start listening to their citizens. Given how much it differs from traditional programming, IBM had a really hard time getting traction. IBM had basically given up on trying to market the cell architecture. It was going to phase it out years before even the inception of PS3. But someone at Sony saw how powerful it was and licensed the technology from IBM. Given that PS3 largely was disliked by devs to program, for Sony opted out for the next console and IBM gave up completely. Yeah, that's unfortunate. How much was Hades 2? Probably, I think it was like 20 AU or something. I don't know. Sometimes I forget to split up my message and write a darn book. You're not the only one, Miyazaki. You're not the only one. There are plenty of people in chat that write books. My chat very often just becomes walls of text. I don't. Yeah, split up your messages one word at a time. Let's see if chat can get a coherent message by everyone typing a different word. See how in sync you all are. We love text walls. Don't do that. I still remember the time. Cavino tried to count to 69 on his own. And he did it. He was doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He went through it. And then after a while, Twitch shadow banned him from every chat. That was so funny. Given ha ha ha, how oh yeah, much ha 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 it differs. Don't actually do it, Miyazaki. Don't actually do it. Don't actually do it. Twitch will shadow ban you. It differs from bots. Traditional programming. Oh, that's funny. Oh, is it? If Paraguay get this penalty kick, they have knocked Germany out of the of the World Cup. Oh no. He got it! Germany's out! Oh! Germany's out of the FIFA World Cup. Oh, no one saw that coming. I don't think anyone saw that coming. Ouch. I remember the time that Germany beat Brazil by like 7 goals. I heard someone say Germany has a real shot of winning this year. Let's see how they don't. That's impressive though, like very nicely done. My god. Ah yeah, the art competition ends today. Let's see here. So this function constructs the state map and sets the initial current state. Should be called in the ready of should be called in the extended classes ready. There we go. We don't need signals. And we don't need constants. API type, core, sure. Keywords. So yeah, state and machine. No namespace. Skin location. Alright. And then I can copy all that, you can add base state XML. Oops. There you go. Base state. A basic state to be extended with required logic for a state machine. For state machine. Base state for node provides basic state logic. Let's show you. Provides a basic structure for custom logic to be executed by a state machine. So it will have a init state. Initializes the state. Before it is used by the state machine. Called whenever the state machine switches to this state. Clean up. Called when the used by the parent state machine. Called when the parent state machine changes to a or is leaving this state. Cleans up the state so it is ready for the next time its parent state machine switches to this state. Type is an int. Okay, so I think state is the only thing on this. We can do the current state, the assigned state. Or the assigned state should only be one base state for each assigned should be unique amongst all sibling base state nodes of a state machine. This is a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. Pretty cool though. Holy fucking shit. What? UFS. Okay. So you got some assembly stuff. I almost choked with food when I saw this. Windows Boot Manager. A required device isn't connected or can't be accessed. A recent hardware or software change might be the cause. To fix the problem, insert your Windows installation disk and restart your computer. Choose the language settings and click Next. Quick repair your computer. Okay. Is this on a mobile phone? Keep going into the quote tweets. Running Windows on a vape. Would this be possible for the S10 Plus? I'll bite. Can you explain to me what's going on? It's like we're watching along in real time. Open live so we can see it too. Like the one he quoted. There's another one attached to it. Oh, this one. First light graphics console is up. Galaxy S9 Plus. Okay. Sometimes things are failing, but that also some kind of progress, right? That's true. Galaxy. Okay. Managed to automatically reboot if the goal isn't reached, so that I wouldn't have to find the recovery combo while asleep. Okay. We have disk access now. Major progress. Still working on the UFS storage. Well, I'll be damned. Messing with my old NES S9 Plus and Claude for a weekend project. Fair enough. So he's basically spent the weekend using Claude to help him get Windows running on an S9. A Galaxy S9 Plus. Two weeks. Oh god. So it went from a weekend project to a 2-week project. Did he get there? I don't think he's got it running perfectly yet. I think he's got it so it boots in, but it doesn't get through to any sort of operating system. I remember Windows phones. They were not a good idea. And they probably are even less so now. Yeah, I remember Windows 8 was supposed to be a Windows OS that also ran on phones and tablets. And then they realized how shit the design was. Don't remind me of the tablet mode. Yep. Process, physics process, process unhandled. Live tiles. Yeah, the Metro tile crap was just such a let's design for design's sake thing. It was so tabwoody, hated it on my nan's ThinkPad. Not even a capable laptop couldn't run Minecraft smooth. There's qualifies. Param. That's what we need. Name. Delta. Type. Diable. Should the Titanic treasures be recovered? Oh, no. No, they shouldn't. Never Miss Oracle wanting me to make an account to download an older Java for Minecraft to work. Ugh. Fair enough. Well, I say that purely because they would try to access the stuff, try to get to it, and multiple people will probably lose their life in the process because the pressure down there is so extreme. And when they do get it back, it's going to be some tech giant or some like extremely wealthy person that just goes, "Yep, we recovered it. That's now ours. It belongs to us." So I think it should just stay there. Oh, hold on, Germany lost. Yes, it was a 1-1 draw, so it went to a penalty shootout. And on the 6th penalty shot, Paraguay blocked Germany's sixth penalty shot, giving them 3 penalties scored. And Paraguay had 3 penalties that they had already scored. So they just needed to get that last penalty. And they did. And now Germany's out of the World Cup. Are Australia beating Egypt? Yes, we're going to beat Egypt 3-0. I had no idea. I was watching the game for a bit until about 100 minutes when Germany scored, but apparently that was overruled. Yes, that was overruled. Did you hear Jeff Bezos said human water consumption is limiting AI's potential? A while ago, so he probably already spoke about it. I'd never heard about that. This is what I mean about people in power just pissing off everyday citizens. Seriously. So Aussies on Friday then. Prediction. Aussies beat Egypt by 3 goals. 3-0. That's what I think. Yep. It's quite a beat down then. You know it. You know it. Aussies aren't allowed to tell us about the games since they're in the future. Duh. Well, too bad, I'm telling you. Oh, actually. Need input events. Okay, we need node. Input, qualifiers, virtual. Okay, so I'm going to need virtual in front of a few of these here. Okay, yeah, and it's just input event. Okay. So this just needs to be input event. Catch me about to buy one of these to make my own custom Tamagotchi out of streamers. What? I was worried about what the ESP32S3 was like, but it handles small 3D stuff just fine. This thing is pretty playable. Now, can you give this thing a Wi-Fi connection? Integrating Wi-Fi 4 and Bluetooth 5 with Ridgeproof. So you can. You can get one that has... This gives me an idea for stream interactions. Create a small little device off this and have it that people have their own little characters down here, and anyone that's in the stream, you can invite their characters into your character's little thing, and you can explore each other's like houses or worlds or whatnot, and you can use channel points to like get things to decorate your place with and stuff. And you can even have like little combat. You can have like combat happen on that thing. So like you can fight other people's stuff. You can have like big battles and whatnot. Have like a 5v5 or something. I reckon you could do that. Something might be wrong with gravity in your area, based on the looks of your mustache. I am in Australia. Gravity does go in reverse here. So, this is actually the correct direction. My hair and mustache show you the correct direction. My beard currently has a bunch of product in it, stopping it from like going up into my face. So, morning, Mike. That's right, I was writing this stuff out, wasn't I? So, we go. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Those are the only cents I make. Yep. I'm not making any money, I can tell you that much. That's the thing I need to do this afternoon for YouTube, is I need to get the ad stuff set back up. So, or not the ad stuff set back up, but I need to provide YouTube with some details so that we can get some stuff set back up over there. Let's think. The assigned state should be unique amongst all sibling-based states. Yep. Process virtual. What do we have? This one. Okay. Should be called by the state machine. By the state machine owner. Via the current state property within the owner's process logic. Provides custom logic for provides custom logic based on, or provides custom logic for the state machine state. Take those, pop them in there, to be called that within the owner's physics process. And then this one here. That's all they need to do. I think that's everything. Oh, we have ads coming in. What are you programming? Please explain in a more layman way. I don't know much about development. Oh, good. So I'm adding some custom things to the Godot engine for my own use cases. So this is stuff that won't exist in other people's builds of Godot, which means any game I make that uses this type of stuff here, that uses this base state or uses this state machine, someone won't be able to rip my game, recompile it under a new name with a new title and stuff like that, and try and pass it off as their own on another store, because they won't have access to the base logic that I'm building things on top of. Yeah. Ads, though. It's words. That's why I see all those files. I was confused for a sec. Yep. You know it. Crack it a crack crack. Penknife. Very nicely done, Razor. Won't that person be able to watch your stream back and copy your code? They would then need to... they would then need to compile a version of Godot that has all of that code put into it. Or they would have to write a bunch of code and replace a bunch of other stuff inside GD script logic. The issue there is we're not trying to stop people. We're trying to prevent people. So people will still be able to get access to this stuff using like Ghidra and reverse engineering stuff. But the idea is to make it more difficult so that people that want, like the people we're worried about are the people that just want quick wins. They just want to be able to rip stuff and throw it up somewhere with little effort. So... Nice. Alright, we can fit one more. We can fit one more. You gonna rip it? Throw it up somewhere else with moderate effort? How about that? Didn't think of that, did you? I mean, that's fine. If you do that, like, if people do that, I can still be like, yeah, no, that's my game. And then have it taken down off those platforms. Yeah. So it's not cursor. Hues, nice. Ruse, seer, nice. Recuse. Of course it's recuse. Sewer, S-U-E-R. Nice. We're going to level 5 on the next ad break. Level 5. I was going to say something in German, but then I was like, I don't know enough. Okay, let's... Local opt Godot to local opt Godot 47, and then copy that to local opt Godot. All right. So now, when I run this here, this is going to be my custom build, as you can see down here. And then I can start changing this stuff out for my own state machine stuff. So, does that. We can get rid of that. Melted, how you doing? What's up, you dunce? I'm just tinkering with some bits and pieces here at the moment. You like the mustache? Thank you very much. Medium effort goes into this mustache. How we doing, Drekken? How we doing, Locked? How you doing, Mana and Melted? What were you working on today? Give us all the deets. We have returned from last week. Nice. Nice. What up, noob? An unexpected fire mustache? No. No, don't set the mustache on fire. That's bad for it. Fireball, how you doing? Mio, I assume. Make a companion app for our follower island. Nice. Very nice. Ooh, what up, Ellie? Over there on the tubes. I am currently just tinkering with getting some base state stuff set up inside our own Godot stuff. How do you get it stand up like that? I'm in Australia, so my gravity is reversed. The real question you should be asking is, how do I get the beard to stay down like this? That's the real question. That's what she said. It's funny because it's true. Good point. Exactly. And that's just like a lot of beard product to keep it pointing down. Yeah. I don't want my beard to get in my face and prevent me from coding. That'd be horrible. Be a nightmare. Does my beard also point? It doesn't. That's where my beard goes to. Yeah. Kind of just goes down in a block. Yeah. If I stretch it out. Yeah. Wearing a full green suit? No, I'm a floating head. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Oh, gee, buds. Yeah. Yeah, my headphone cable. Yep. Working on an input manager plugin at the moment. Having some fun drawing up the architecture for it, so it's standalone. Nice. Very nice. I thought the cable was your beard. Oh no, no. No, it doesn't get that. Better this way. I don't like people with green suit. Good, good. There's none of that here. I'm 100% floating head. I ain't no limb tree. I do have a mech suit though. So I do have a mech suit, but I'm not connected to it at the moment, so it doesn't move with me. But at night when I actually have it connected up, I move around. Yeah. Got a dip? Have a good one, Drekken. Thank you very much for the follow. You fantastic Godunts. G'day random. How you doing? Welcome in. Floating head guy from regular show. Psh, they wish. They wish. All of you, thank you for the follows. We love having more and more Godunts show up here. The best of the Godunts. Floating hands too. Yep. I mean, I need to be able to grab things, yeah. You ever been in a fight as just a floating head? Ever tried to defend yourself as just a floating head? It's impossible. You have to just headbutt the person, and that hurts. You know? At least this way, I can, like, defend and grab. Throw. Yeah. Yeah. Stream was popping up a lot for me, but every time I entered, I got a little bit scared. That's fine. That's fine. I aim to terrify. Yep. Should have seen me a couple of Halloweens ago. I was the best Buggy the Clown ever. I need to figure out this. How to get these to be overrideable. Because this one should be process unhandled input. Thank you for making me white, Sammy. I enjoy having privilege. Alright. Back into here. Actually, let's go base state. Can process, add process, remove. GD virtual 1. So we need GD virtual 1, is what I'm seeing. But I'm not seeing any function. Virtual unhandled key input, virtual unhandled input. And they have those as well, but it's an underscore. Ah, I see. So it would just be process that the function is set to. Okay. Okay, so I would need to customize this stuff to be... what? State process. State physics process. State unhandled input. Hydrate, let's do it. Nah, you now gay. Oh. I don't know why it blocked that. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminium Man? Iron Man stops the bad guys, but Aluminium Man only foils their plans. That reminds me of a dad joke I heard the other day. Let me remember it all properly. What's the difference between Elon Musk and a lemur? Elon Musk made an electric car, but lemur, Madagascar. Madagascar. That was funny, Sammy. All right, it's getting laughs on every platform. How we doing, Ray? So I think I need GD Virtual 1. Do we do it this way? Like, if we do that, if we just have, like, underscore at the start of all of them, and then we set up, like, a GD virtual 0, we go init state, I don't think this is going to be correct. I mean, there's no reason why I can't define them with an underscore. And then have them defined here without an underscore. Yeah. Like, so if I look for... There's set process mode, there's can process. I'm not seeing a function for process. There's update process. Propagate process owner. Because this one here, underscore input, it's that. So unless it's something, unless it's in here that process exists. No, it's not. So g'day, Fireball. My door was ajar, so I added jelly. Now it's a door jam. So how? Do these need... So if I do this, go state process, double, state physics process, state unhandle input, and then this will be a ref input event or required para input event. Right. G'day, Cam. How you doing? You're late. So, if I did that, let's see what happens. It might break. Oculus. How are you doing? You get dunce, raid and run. Have a good run. I, for anyone that doesn't know, have just started working on my next game. I'm tinkering with some final artwork stuff of our Bobble Shop Simulator, which releases on the 24th of July, 23rd for people in America. And yeah, we're starting on our second game, which is going to be, I like to say that it's going to be, I want it to feel like Portal, the Stanley Parable, Talos Principle had a baby. That's what I want it to feel like. Oh, and Blueprints. I want it to feel like all those things had a baby. Yeah. Hello, Flying Rainbow Head. Hello to you. Don't worry about the rainbow. If you want to change my color, there's a channel redeem to change my color. You can specify a hex code if you want to. But yeah. Do you have any games that feel like having a baby? No. No. All of my games are very much like me, where they don't actually want kids. So. I spent 3 hours in an OG COD lobby. I've just been called things I've never heard before. Yep. As the people in that COD lobby would say, Cam, harden up. Get over it. Just that's what they would say without all of the additional bits and pieces. So this will now be state unhandled input. Well, how do I get it to be something that's callable, you fucking pricks? Is that it? Bye, go. Base state and its state. And that's gonna complain. Annoying. Maybe they were really just compliments. My favorite thing doing COD lobbies was speak the only bit of language I knew of theirs. They rage at you. Good times. I yodeled a guy during an Adify game, and he was raging hard. Funny shit ever. Yeah. And it's great to just troll people in those lobbies. Spent 24 hours in a Roblox chat, and I got... What? This is what the internet was invented for. Yep. Good times. Good times. Let's see here. What's it? Custom engine node. How? How? All inputs. Do I need to define it as like an override? Or should I just remove the virtual? I feel like just removing the virtual. And now I'm blue. G'day, Loveware. How you doing? I just want to get the naming of this to make as much sense as possible. Woohoo! Is this Unity I'm seeing? It's Godot. Tis the Godot. What up, Duck? Ah, Duck à l'orange. Beautiful. Man, now I want some duck. I might have to get some duck this Arvo. Remember, the best thing I've ever cooked was a duck breast fillet with like a red wine jus and some like mashed potato and asparagus and so delicious, so tasty. It took me like 3 hours, but I made it. Fireball, how we doing? Toodles to you. Toodle oodles. Asparagus is goated, but sometimes dangerous. This is true. This is true. If you're having that something that has like a jus or something with it, like some sort of something like that, and mashed potato, and it's placed on top of mashed potato, like a lamb shank or duck or something like that, you gotta have asparagus with it. Gotta have asparagus with it. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see what happens. So I need to find a way to make these things overrideable. Alright, so how do we make that happen? Oh, diggity dog! Why did that get caught? What up, Adagon? How we doing, you fantastic gadoots? I'm trying to figure out how to make these things. How to make these things override. Automod always hates my chickens. I don't know why, but it happens every single time. Let me have a look. It's not an emote. Hang on. It's not showing it as an emote. It's not a Twitch emote. Yeah, it's just an emoji. Interesting. So emojis must have that restriction, because if you can put more than 5 emotes. I'm pretty sure. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get these that I've built into the Godot engine to be available here as stuff that I can actually override. But I can't. Because these ones here we can override. But for some reason, even when I set that, it doesn't like the idea of it being an overrideable. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Fantastic, Gadunts. I love your work. I'll go to sleep. Have a nice stream. Enjoy your sleep, Phil. I hope it's nice. I hope you wake up in the morning all refreshed like. Yeah. Speaking of the devil, I just brought up SKG to you like 30 minutes ago. This. You heard it here, folks. The ESA declared Minecraft and Call of Duty private servers are illegal in today's hearing on the POG Act. Are you serious? Are you serious? By this logic, private roads, private property, private communities should also be considered illegal then. That's cool. It's not. So I'm going to keep running my Minecraft server anyway. Did I move to a different planet? Is this to save the children? No. This isn't to save the children. This is so that AAA studios and large tech companies can stop you from owning your own game. So, yeah. Well, I think that does it. I think I'm just going to not buy any game that is published or developed with any AAA studio or any company that's associated with ESA. Yeah, but if we stop buying games for like a year or two and we just buy indie games and play the games that we already have, all of a sudden these companies that are doing this are going to disappear because they don't have the money. All of my dedicated wham is for naught. I don't know if I told you, but I'll officially be father to some aquatic snails in August this year, when we have all the supplies I need to make them happy and healthy, and I might be buying a starfish or a few small miniature crabs to go with them. Oh my god, you're going to have an entire aquarium. Damn. Very nice. Yeah, that's stupid. That is stupid, and I'm going to encourage people to just not buy games. Companies associated with ESA. I'm just gonna urge people to game companies associated with ESA. There we are. So don't buy any games from Epic, Roblox, Riot, Ubisoft, Wizard of the Coast, Nintendo, Netflix, Microsoft, Capcom, Disney, EA, Tencent, Bandai Namco, Atari, Amazon, Konami, Sony, Warner Brothers, T2, Square Enix. Just don't buy any of their games. That's it. You can buy games from, like what? Take-Two Games. Okay, so yeah, that includes Rockstar. So don't be buying GTA 6. Because remember, this here, Minecraft and Call of Duty private servers are illegal. That that would extend to any private server, wouldn't it? Like, what's the reason for just Minecraft and Call of Duty private servers? What about World of Warcraft private servers? What about GTA 5 and GTA 6 private servers? 7 Days to Die private servers. Rust private servers. Dune private servers. Which is crazy because Rockstar bought 5M, which is the main GTA 5 private RP server provider. Yeah. Yeah, it is stupid. It is stupid. So yeah, just don't buy any of these companies' games. Let these companies just wither away inside the games industry until they don't exist because they don't have any money and no funding coming in because no one's buying their shit. And then rejoice at the companies that aren't part of this group here purchasing up all of the IP and making better games. Mm-hmm. Half of them publish games too, though. Yeah, that's not like if any of these companies are involved with with the game, don't buy it. If they're publisher or developer, just don't buy it. Copium for Half-Life 3, so Gaben gets New York. Good thing we already don't like Epic. Yeah. I mean, I don't remember the last time I bought a game that one of these companies was involved in, to be honest. Probably would have been like the Resident Evil 4 remake from like 2020 when it was on sale. That would have been a Capcom game. So, yeah. Easy. Easy done. Rather surprised Sony's not on the list. They are. They are on the list. They're right there. Sony Interactive Entertainment, PlayStation. Right there. The contrast was less than stellar. Yeah, I know. I know. I know it was. Hypnotic Games on that list. It would never be on that list. It would never be on that list. This does call unhandled input. That's from the scene tree. But I don't want that. Because if I implement... Ow. What up, Langs? Also creating a gaming Godot. Can I send a clip to you for your feedback? Oh, what up, Ravioli? I'm also late with the raid. No worries. No worries. What's the game? Do you have a... Is it like a YouTube clip or something? Oh, that was a good crack. So how do we make a function defined in here? Override. You have a TikTok clip of it. It's basically 3D air hockey, but you can place walls. Interesting. Give us a clip. Give us the little old clip. Take a peek. VM.TikTok, eh? Score the winning goal in Wallpuck. Okay, so you can put up like temporary walls. So the walls are just temporary for a short period of time. Nice. And they can make, it can be so like it, if they shoot for goal, you can like put a little curve there and it like makes it nice. Nice. That could be a really good idea. Add like a 2v2 as well. I could see a 2v2 being interesting with that as well. So I think the main problem, I can't, like, any function I define in here and that I have inside here is not going to be something that I can override. I won't be able to have GD script override it. Which is frustrating because I would like... I'd like to have the base logic in here defined so that I don't need to worry about implementing it if I don't need to implement it. You know, like a init state. If I don't have a state that wants it, I don't want to have this have an init state. You know? How would we do that? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're fantastic, Godot. There is also a 2v2. God damn. You're ahead of me. You're all over it. Overridable functions. Two virtual methods, a way to update node every frame in physics tick. Might be a good place to tell or remind users properties cannot be overridden. I know they can't be. Godot's node class provides virtual functions you can override to update nodes every frame or on specific events. Like when they enter the scene tree. And now I'm white and have privilege again. Yay. It's time for Werbies? Not yet. Not yet. Give it a second. Give it a second. I wonder. There we go. If I get rid of these, if all I do is go virtual 0 init state, and I get rid of that, GD virtual 0 cleanup, GD virtual 1 process state with double. We go like this for all of them. I'll finish that off after the ads. I'm going to need to BRB quickly while these ads play. And we're going to keep going until we lose words. Okay, so everyone do as best you can to get as many words. Okay, there's the first one for you. BRB. I'm back, and it doesn't look like anyone helped. Jeez. Everyone in chat is a terrible speller. Terrible, terrible, terrible speller. Let me have a look here. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. And this will be unhanded inputs. Which required param. Good events. So if we do that, bye-bye. Let's see what happens. Play Gamdol. Gamdol. Has no member enough for an in-state shit. Okay. Alright, let's Gamdor it up. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't know how I'm going to set up this base state to work. This looks like it could be a Titanfall. Or we've got opposing. So I don't think it's a Titanfall. That's just more white space. Oh, it's Warframe. No? What the fuck is that then? How is that not from Warframe? Is this like a mech assault? Or... oh, what's that? What are those like Pacific Rim type thing? Maybe it's like a mech assault or a mech warrior. No. Fuck is this? You got a blue and red. It's not a Halo. Is it? Is it like a Halo Infinite or a Halo Wars or something? No, let's try Halo Wars. It is Halo, but it's not Halo Wars. Reach? Infinite? Not Infinite. It's Halo Guardians. Halo 5 Guardians. Alright. Artwork. Kind of like the Halo TV series. Haven't seen it. This is Angry Birds, isn't it? No. It is a catapult launching thing. Okay. Besieged. A besiege. Nice. Nice. Nerd. What character is this? They have long purple hair, they have a purple dress, they have a teal belt with some gold and white gloves. And they have a cape. Who is it? That one girl from that one video game? Ah, yes. Yes, I know who you're talking about. Okay, we got more purple. It looks like it's a royal figure. Okay, they have. Ooh, that looks like it. No, that's got 4 sides. I was like, ooh, that could be a Triforce, but I was like, no, it's got 4 sides, so it'd be Triforce. Yeah. I know it's got a but like a 4-sided pyramid that has a Triforce on each side. Like, at least make it a 3-sided pyramid. Yeah. That's not possible because a pyramid requires a square base, but yeah. Let's see. Princess Hilda. There we go. It's a Triforce. A Triforce. I like it, gamer. I like it. Princess, no combat, fixed camera. Is this going to be Slay the Princess? Nope. Pastel colors, 10 chapters, hidden paths. No combat, fixed camera, princess. Shovel Knight? Nah. Minimalist art, geometric mazes, totem companion. Yeah, no combat. 10 chapters. Minimalist art with geometric mazes. It's not like Geometry Dash or something, is it? A totem companion. Fixed camera, princess, no combat. Every game I can think of has combat, otherwise it's a racing game. I don't know. Skip. Optical illusions, silent protagonist, invisible geometry. That does not help in the slightest. Mobile first release, perspective-based puzzles, buttons and switches. Monument Valley. It's Monument Valley. There you go. Yep. Minimalist art. Yep. Hidden paths, geometric mazes. Yep. That all makes sense. Nicely done, gamer. Well done. Now, what game do we have here? Third person and possibly more. Before 2007. Not horror or survival. Not point and click. Not on any of these platforms. So we know it's not a PC game. So I'm going to go Halo. Combat Evolved. Okay. First person and third person. Single player, multiplayer, co-op. Split screen. 2002 to 2006. Not sci-fi or shooter. Not on Windows, not Xbox 360 or Xbox, not on Mac, so it seems like it'll be a PlayStation exclusive. like a PlayStation 2. Yeah, PS2, first person and third person. It could be a racing game, so it could be like Need for Speed. Let's go Need for Speed Underground. It's not a racing game. It's not on PlayStation 2. It's not on Game Boy Advance or Game Boy or the GameCube either. It's not mobile. It's not on the PS Vita. What console are we forgetting? Is this going to be like a browser game? Like a web browser game? The Wii? Wii Sports. Well done, Sammy. Thank you for reminding me that the Wii existed. Hell yeah. Well done. So how can I have this call the virtual functions? GD virtual call. That is inside core object H. GD virtual current state. So how? So there's no way. That is going to be like Ball pointer. We're gonna go current state. Cleanup. Oh, I'm so smart. Good thing there are only 2 games on the Wii. That's true. It's very true. If it wasn't Wii Sports, it was Wii Sports Resort. Okay, so if we do that, we've already got a check here for if current state is a null pointer, or if state is equivalent to current state. So we know that current state is going to be a valid pointer. So, this is going to be good. This will be good if we're able to do this. Come on. Beautiful. Now, what did I... That's it. That's it. If I was to get rid of this... then it's perfectly fine, because it's like, yeah, like that's... whatever. But if I go... identify a state not declared in the current scope. So identify a state. Talking about that. What do you mean it's not declared in the current scope? Okay, so now we need to figure out how to get state to be accessible. Because it is a public value. All of these are methods. Oh, damn. They are all methods. This data structure is to avoid namespace population pollution.
in derived classes.
So does that mean this doesn't have... It's got owner. It doesn't have parent. It has name. It doesn't have tree. Okay, so how do we get... all via data owner. Public is queued for deletion. Object GD extension. That's the struct. Huh. There's not going to be anything in here that's defining those properties. Make sure there's no memory leak. I should probably also set up. Some sort of destructor. So data groups, data owned, data children cache. So quiz all that stuff out. Why? Why is states not available? Why? It's a public variable of int. So what do I need to do to make a public variable accessible in GD script? Is there some like GD property? Because there's these GD virtuals, and then I know that there's like GD method for the bind method stuff. Add property. So that's also going to be a private bind methods, is that right? Yeah, bind methods. Why are you having an easy fit? Void bind methods. Is it not private? Oh, it's a static void. It's protected. Okay. Alright. And then we take the add property. But that's going to add it to the editor. All right. That creates the transform, and then use it. Maybe I do it via a set state or something. So I take this. Under here. But then I still wouldn't be able to reference state. I'll try using the find methods. We do add property. That's going to be a string of states. It's going to be the type, the name. Add property, property info. We go int states variant. Variant int state. Then I do need a getter and a setter. Get global basis, get global basis. Like set state. But those want to be strings. All right. Yeah. Incomplete type class DB named in nested name specifier. Just because this wants property hint. No, that sets to none. I guess we'll just copy that, paste it in here, and just see if it. Nope, didn't do anything. So what's its issue? Object H. Object H. Yep. Property info. Property info, core object, property info H. Not sure why it's purple there. It's blue there. It'll need to be inside an add group. Incomplete type class DB. What do you mean? What do you mean incomplete type class DB? Do I need to import core object class DB H? Include core what was it? Yeah, core objects. Okay, yes. I did need to include that. The prefix. Yeah, I can just leave that as empty. All right. Now I need to implement the set position. Well, I need to implement the set state. Which can be base state, set state. Now, do I want this to be... I don't think I need it to be a const. Maybe I do. So that way it can't be altered. Const int p state. Then we do state equals p state. And then int base state get state return state. And up in here, I change that to a const int p state. Now, does that mean that state here will now be accessible because we've added the property? And GD script will be able to read that, then go, yes, this is a property that's been added. There is a singular way to find this out. If not, then I'll just have to use the set state and get state. If it compiles, that is. For all I know, it's going to fail compiling. So. Alright, sweet. Probably should have closed you first, but whatever. So all of that seems fine. Okay, so it's saying state is not declared. If I go... Okay, it doesn't have set state either. I think that's because I haven't set the DB. And it's because we haven't done the class DB. find method, which is set state, base state, find method, D method. So do D method set transform. But this would be D method set state. And that would reference. Okay. So you're a reference there. Get rid of this. And this will be D method set state, and that is no, it's not right. It's a string. I still don't know how position becomes. How position becomes available. And is visible. Like, visible is accessible. Ename is visible. So bool visible. Ename set visible. Ename is visible. And that's the parameter. That's the method, that's the parameter. Vector 3 position. It's got all this. Then it's got set position, get position. Oh no, is visible is the getter. Right. For instance, now, I don't know. I don't know. It's doing my head in. Doing my head in. Why? I just want the property to be available. Okay. Now state is available. Why is walk having a problem? Ah. Because of that. Okay. Actually. All right. I want to change those around, to be honest. Now, the next question I have is, if I remove that, and we remove that, is state still going to be accessible? Or is it only accessible when I create a getter and setter for it? What's this? Of course, because I need to do that. Alright, hopefully this works, because if so, that's going to be everything I need for the time being, and then we can add more stuff to our custom build of Godot as we find that we use it. Okay, so now they're all failing again. With states not being accessible. Okay. So the only way is by having these. That's the only way to get state to be accessible as a property. I can probably also get rid of this, because we don't need that. We don't need it to appear in the editor. Alright. That's good though. That's good though. We now have a custom Godot build that has basic state machine logic built into it that we can then extend and use for our own state machine logic to be built on top of it. We can do the same thing for behavior trees. We can do the same thing for menu managers, for interaction managers, for all that kind of stuff. And then with our game built on top of all of that, anyone that tries to rip the game has to do a lot more work. Now, why is this now? Hang on. I've put it back to what it was. And now it's saying that it's not. Because we do need that. Okay. Alright, do that. Say that again. More work? Yes. Back. Food prepping for me and my partner for work. So might jump in and out. All good, Miyazaki. Sick and needing to sleep? No! Hope you feel better, Mio. I hope you feel better. Okay, yeah. So now none of this error is being like, what do you mean, state? State? I don't know him, mate. Ah, cool. Well, that is probably a good stopping point. Alright, so we have our own Godot, our custom Godot engine, which has built-in logic that our game is going to be built on top of, and that all of our games are basically going to be built on top of. So, yeah. People won't be able to just rip the game using those pre-made tools and give it a different name and a different title image and stuff and upload it as their own. They would need to go through a reverse engineering process to find what code's missing from their version of the engine and such in order to do that. If risked with an international but initially obscure bug, then patch it out some days or maybe some weeks after, is an older method of having pirates out themselves by making error reports or forum posts regarding patched out bugs. Like, I'm not going to worry about pirates because the only way to really stop pirates is pricing, making pricing affordable. Localization, making sure that majority of the main languages are supported. And if you want to go down the route of always online DRM type stuff, those are really the main methods to kind of help prevent piracy. You know, I don't want my games to be always online. Okay? I don't want my games to be always online. So I'm just going to make sure that my games are affordable and have as much localization as I can afford to put into them. Yeah? But yeah. This is basically just a way to like, if someone opens the game using like the unpack Godot PCK using like this type of stuff, the PCK extractors and stuff like that. If they try to do that and then like substitute out some models or some artwork and repackage the game under a different name on a different storefront or something to try and make money off it, then this is like another hurdle that they have to go over. Yeah? So, yeah. I wonder if we write sufficiently long messages for an extended period of time, if we can keep Hypno around longer and longer and keep streaming. It's baffling concept. I'll finish reading that message in a minute. It's a baffling concept, so I'm going to write a really long message to test this hypothesis. I have one big problem, though. I'm running out of things to write, just nonsensical things to write. So I'll just gibber on and hopefully hit the character limit soon. Sheesh, you can really squeeze a lot of text in this chat message. I guess I'll stop now. So we're going to raid out anyway, Sammy. Good night, Ryan. I'll be back tonight, so in 5 hours' time, I'll be back. We'll start getting some things switched over and switched out for our state machine and whatnot. And we will probably start looking at like getting some modeling set up for our main area and get reference images for the male and female body types that I want to have in the game. So, thank you very much, Thad. Much appreciated. You fantastic Godunticle, you. Absolute legend. Yeah. This has been fun. It's been fun tinkering inside Godot. Like, because this is also giving me like C++ practice as well, which is another bonus. So, let's go say hi to Boolean. Tell them to g'day, you Godunts. All right. I'll see yous tonight. Good night.